Hello, hello. We are verifying file integrity again because of course we are. So it's gonna be a second before the game lets us in. But happy Friday. The week did go by too fast. Granted, most of my week had a lot going on at some point, so that might have been a contributing factor, but fancy wrist brace? Tape. This is KT tape. So, it's three pieces of a medical tape supporting my wrist. Cause I don't know, it kind of does a bracing thing. It's more like instead of wrist brace too much, yeah. So when I was wearing the wrist brace, first of all, so a brace tends to immobilize while it stabilizes, whereas with tape, I can still, move in all the ways. Um, Except not, I can't go all the way down, which is good. We need to not be doing that all the way. That's a sign that something is supporting my joints. So the brace kind of completely immobilized it, and the fact that I still needed to do things like writing and typing and, work, that was putting extra stress on my elbow and my shoulder, both of which I had to relocate last night, and that hurt a lot. So today I was like, maybe there's KT tape I can do for carpal tunnel, and maybe that'll help. And so I did, and basically I cut holes in two pieces of tape, put them over my fingers, laid them this way, and then had my mom stretch one over this part of my wrist, and it's been great. I mean, I still have some pain, but it's a lot better than it was, so we love to see it. This has been working pretty well. I'll leave it on pretty much until my allergy to adhesive takes over, or until the fact that I've washed my hands officially makes the adhesive unstick from me. But my skin was completely clean, and then I had lotion on, and then I made sure that the lotion had fully absorbed into my skin, and I feel like that helped before putting something that might cause itchy. um, Granted, it's still very itchy under here, but when literally all medical adhesives give you hives, there's really no way around it. Sometimes you just gotta deal with it. It's not a lethal allergy, it's just an itchy one. But yeah, man, I filmed 3 videos today, and I edited a video. And I'm I'm tired, but I'm also I'm not so tired that stream felt impossible somehow. I've got social energy left over somehow. Oh gosh, yeah. Yeah. It was 2 Sims videos and 1 non-Sims video. Yeah, so one was a build, one was a legacy challenge episode, and then one was a writing vlog. So I did all that. I also edited a different build. Yeah. But all that's left on the list is stream, so here we are. And I mean, I'm surprised I was able to do it. I didn't think I was gonna be able to, but somehow my brain has actually been finding the spoons today. So that is nice. Oh my gosh! I mean, maybe part of the issue might be the fact that I do have stream running at the same time, so I'm sure that is slowing down the process a little bit. But still, goodness. All right. It's gonna let us in. Let us in. Open the door. Stop having it be closed. Alrighty. I'm thinking we're pretty much just gonna get right into the quest. I have a gaming laptop too. But that's good that it works faster. Yeah, I also have a gaming laptop. It's just that when stream is running and also a game is updating. Cleaning my glasses. I still haven't gotten any word yet. Oh. Nice. I mean, is it really a poor financial decision if it's something that you are going to use? Like, could you afford to do it? Is it something that is going to be useful to you? Even if the use is just for silly, fun gaming, that's still useful. I say all of this like a hypocrite who can't buy myself anything without being in a manic episode or being complete ADHD impulse. Um, but sometimes it is okay to buy yourself things. My most recent ADHD impulse buy. What was it? It was something I needed, is what it was, and I can't buy things just because I need them. I also have to be having some kind of mental health crisis. What was it? What did I get? Oh yeah, I got an ice pick for my cane. I got an ice pick for my cane. The more impulsive thing that I threw in was like furniture tarps that people usually use like when they're painting or something. But I was thinking I could probably use a tarp when I use like the flea spray stuff because in the living room, unless I lock the cats in a room, I'm not going to be able to put the flea spray down on the living room. And I don't want to lock them in a room because that's going to cause them a lot of stress. So I was thinking if I put one of those tarps down over the furniture, then that they could still walk around in the living room, but we don't have to worry about them touching the flea spray. So that's my thought. I don't know if any of them are gonna fit or if that's gonna like work out well, but it's the plan. So yeah. So we can see I haven't moved the game since Wednesday since my hand was hurting yesterday. I wouldn't have been able to do it on desktop or mobile. But anyways. This. The wondrous trio have been together in a room for quite some time now. Okay. Days beneath the waves. Alright. I'm gonna actually do the event is like 10 minutes. Okay. Alright. I mean, it's a Friday. I'm not terribly stressed about going late. I mean, maybe I should be. I did again filmed 3 videos and recorded one and edited one, but like I'm not I got energy. I'm also exhausted, but I've got energy. You know what I mean? Maybe I am simply really excited about Fontaine stuff. Oh, so for the next speed build that I'm gonna post for YouTube, I renovated the hospital in The Sims. Um, so if in any other save file we go there to have a baby, I wow, brain. Anyways, it has all of the childbirth mod stuff in it. So stuff like the ultrasound table and the yoga balls, and it's also just like barely, but kind of laid out differently. I don't know. It's not that big of a deal, but I just wanted to. Why is P not the Paimon menu? Escape is the Paimon menu, but you can probably reroute that. All right. This poor guy. What happened this time? He almost died. Uh-huh. Monster suddenly appeared in the mud. Okay. And mechanical fish. Should probably stay away from this area. Yeah. This guy's boss. Did I build it in Not So Berry? No, but it's saved to my library, so the next time we go there, I can place it down. Which will be in the hospital a lot in Not So Berry, soon-ish, because one of Plum Jen's jobs, one of Valentina's jobs, is going to be as a doctor, so. Alright. You went into the water without any self-defense. I will help you. Yes, I will help. Dude, look at me. I'm a star from the sky. Oh, yeah. Yeah, I built it in the save file that I usually use for my speed builds, which is just like a file that I don't do anything except for build in. Um, but it's saved to my library, so in Not So Berry, we'll do that. But yeah, okay. Don't even worry about it. Also, I forgot to switch my team. My mistake. 1 second. Let me grab the girls. Deploy. Oh, I've also muted my computer for myself because... Okay. Because the opening music, I can't do the, like, intro to stream while music is playing. It just... It stops my brain from braining completely. Anyways. Alright. Here. Let's switch to someone who has all their health. There we go. He does need to take... He needs to take, like, underwater self-defense lessons or something. But also, like, he and his coworkers need to form a union. His boss sucks. He's like, yeah, I know you could die, but maybe I'll just pay you extra. Don't worry, I'll totally cover the cost of your funeral. I mean, yeah. All right. Ow. Ugh, my knees are bugging me. Earlier today, Zoe had, like, you know, her midday pee, so I let her outside, and then one of the stray cats was out there, and so she got excited and started chasing because she wanted to say hi, but then the cat started running, and she's like, hey, wait, come back. I was trying to say hi to you. You know, typical puppy things. And so she so she was chasing, and I told her that she can't chase the cat because that scares them. So she decided that instead I was going to have to chase her. And she ran around the gazebo a bunch of times. I, to be honest, still don't really know what the point of this commission is. I've been doing target practice, and that seems to be doing something. I mean, that's the point, right? Is there something on the ship I'm supposed to use, though? Like... Okay. We're getting further away. Think it's just for target practice? Okay. That's good, then. Because I have no idea what else. Gonna get these rocks. Okay. I don't feel like fighting these guys, so... Take the slow and steady way. Okay. I could walk, but why walk when I could not do that? Oh, yeah, but Zoe, she was like, if I can't chase the cats, then you've got to chase me. So she ran around our, like, little gazebo 15 times. And, her arthritis medicine is doing wonders for her, her glucosamine supplement. Because she's fast. And I'm so glad that she's doing well. But oh my.
You're exposed. Inadmissible evidence.
Like, the way that my knees just about came out of place. afterwards, just trying to go up the stairs. Yeah. Okay. Video dailies. Okay. Now, I know I shouldn't get the reputation reward because there's a quest that'll start, right? So I'll just wait on that, and that's fine. Yeah, but my knees have been slightly out of whack ever since, and I'm just like, I'm so glad that my dog is doing good. More a long dialogue. Yeah, I guess that's kind of what I don't want to deal with the long dialogue for a quest that I don't want to start right now. I prefer
Ad
not to.
Astra Abyssosk. Thank you for completing today's commissions. Here. Ad Astra Abyssosk.
Okay. Does okay? We do have some. Oh, oh, we only have 5. Okay, it's not going to be able to clear that notification just yet. Okay. I'm going to my least favorite artifact domain. It's not my least favorite. There's definitely artifact domains that are worse, I think. Maybe. Are there any artifact domains I like less? I like those two in Inazuma. I didn't mind that domain, I think. I know I tried it. I've done it. I don't know. I also hate artifact farming, and I think the only reason I can do it more than I do talent farming and weapon farming is simply because it's the same every day. Um, and I have shit memory about what day is what thing. Um, for everything else. And that's the only reason I actually farm artifacts, kind of. um, I don't love it though. It's a gnat on my microphone. I have crushed it. And I know it was a gnat, not a fruit fly, because when you crush gnats, they just kind of disintegrate into dust, like defeating a monster in a video game. Alright, let's go. I feel like I should be farming probably stuff for Farina and I should be figuring out what I want to farm for Charlotte, but should also figure out what I want on Neuvillette. Oh yeah, the trials. We will do the trials for sure. After we do the resin spending, we will do some trials.
Shine down. Covenant of the Deep.
Yeah. Noted. I don't know if that's what I'm gonna put on him, though.
Let's move out. Inazuma shines eternal. Billowing surge. Hold the line.
Mind the... Taking a turn for the better.
Illusion shatter.
You can run, but you can't hide.
Every time I think I'm out of room of their thing, I'm not. Ow. Okay. All of the clicking hurts a little bit. Ah! Okay.
Hold the line. Shine down.
This is nothing.
Okay. Okay. Clicking hurts. Clicking that much, at least. And I guarantee it's not even going to be worth it. Ugh. What do we got? I would love an attack percent sans. If it didn't suck!
There is no escape. Allow a brash maneuver.
I just think getting electrocuted should interrupt here.
Riptide.
You can kill these guys. Like, you're physically capable of it. As opposed to other guys, you are not really physically capable of it. It's okay. Everybody has their starting. That is valid.
Seems like an emergency.
Hold the line.
Torn to oblivion. Illusion shattered.
Billowing surge. About. The doctor will see you now.
There is no escape. Ha!
Yeah, didn't mean to grab you.
Inazuma shines eternal.
Oh no.
Torrent, bring refuge. Allow me.
Shine down.
Okay. Please give me something that is worth it. That's okay. A crit rate circlet. It's okay. Alright, I'm gonna do this one more time. And hope for the best. I'm also tucking my t-shirt into the pajama pants that I'm wearing because the elastic, I can feel it and it's bothering me.
Let's move out. Hold the line.
Now you shall perish. There is no escape.
Remember, health comes first.
Rest and rebuild. Billowing surge.
Torn to oblivion.
Mind the side effects.
Illusion shattered.
Torrent, bring refuge.
Inazuma shines eternal.
Seems like an emergency.
I didn't even know that was a keybind, to be honest. So that is good to know.
Shine down.
You can run, but you can't hide. Ha!
Give me literally anything other than what it has been giving me. I'm just fast. Yeah, that is just how fast I hit Q after hitting the number. Anyways, I'm not dealing with that domain anymore today. I can't deal with that domain anymore today. So I'm going to condense the rest of my resin, and then we will move on. I think first we'll head over to the Ordo, and we will do the follow-up with Caterpillar. And then we will... Ugh, and then we will move on to the Fontaine Research Institute, which I'm excited for. So yeah. Best of luck. Although, here. Okay, let's go to a place. Oh, it's itchy under the tape. It's almost like I'm allergic to it or something. Oh no. Load screen, please.
What lovely weather.
Ad Astra Abyssosk. Well,
Every time.
Yep, you're right.
Exactly. But none of them believe.
Okay. Oh, I have other achievements. Okay. Oh. Okay. There's also something in the notices. I have to clear that or it's going to bother me. I meant to clear it before. Oh, come on, load times, please.
Can I play Bang?
Have I finished the music artifacts? I haven't. I've finished most of them, but I love how defense percent. It's fine. But okay. Just thinking should probably, get her to as much power as possible in this form. Of course, the flat stat on both of those is what went up, but that's fine. Her crit rate is abysmal. She's got so much energy recharge. And we've got some Hydra damage bonus. Can we level these up yet? No. Okay, cool. Anyways. Ooh, have we spent money? We've spent money. Alright. Anyways, so let's do the initial facts. And then we can continue on. Also, if you heard any, like, noise in the background, my mom was moving some stuff around to plug in some lights so that there's pretty ambiance in the hallway. That's all. My mic showed it as being picked up, but I don't know how, like, actually audible it is, so. Into here we go. I remember there was a chest that I didn't get last time we were in here, so I'll have to make sure to go and grab that. It was like on the ceiling or something. Okay. Oh. I don't know. Well, this is the Narcissan Cruz Ordo. There are no longer any ceremonial items here, nor has there been a dispelling ritual conducted for a long time. Nonetheless, yes, the familiar feeling is stirring my memory. This is the right place. Maybe there might be clues that we've overlooked, but you could spot that off the bat. So, have you found anything? All I see are memories of a past and things that that shall never again catch up to me. Does that count? Well, Paimon doesn't want to interrupt your reminiscing, but that doesn't sound like what we're looking for. Perhaps, but my past is inextricably intertwined with the Narcissan Cruz Ordo, the chief culprit of the great sin. The chief culprit of the great sin. So, in trying to stop the prophecy from happening, did they commit the great sin that is the reason the prophecy is happening? Don't know. As such, some of my memories may yet be helpful to you. Yes, tell us things. Tell us so many things. Okay. Then, could you start telling us about them? I should warn you that I was not in the inner circle several hundred years ago, so I do not know everything about the incident. But I was personally mentored by Narcissan Cruz, who should be the origin of all this. Narcissan Cruz, isn't that... There's a prophet lying dormant in all of us, and when he wakes, one more evil shall walk the world. That's the sort of person he is. Well, since we've got this opportunity, is there anything else you want to ask, Traveler? Tell me about yourself. About me? I thought we got acquainted well enough during our jailbreak. But I understand that you're asking about something deeper. Now I shall perform a terrible feat Now I shall perform a terrible feat that never been done before and will never be done again. I will expose someone's true self before all without any facade or masks, and that someone shall be myself. Wow, that's really a lot. Paimon doesn't think she can lighten up this atmosphere up at all. Lenore has already gone home, did she not? We have to face a more complicated world now. The time for things from from under the age of 9 is over. Next, we probably need to need the experiences from age 16 or so. Huh? What? The experiences from 16 or so? The first voice I heard while in this body was that of Narcissus Cruz. Other than speaking the redeeming powers of the holy blade of Narcissus Cruz, he also preached thus. The body is just a shell. Even the body of a hilichurl can bear sentient consciousness. Did he create you then? Perhaps he did. I've tried to unravel my own origin, but the answers I got were all pretty vague. Who are you? Well, I don't really feel that way. I have discovered, after all, that most humans do not know the reason why they were born, and yet they still live happily. No, most of us know. It's because our parents, you know, we kind of have an idea of why we're here. Because someone fucked. But I get the philosophical meaning. Also, it is not quite correct to say that he created me. How so? Creation is a feat for a god, if we may call the one above a god. In the tenets of Narcissus Cruz, do you know what is most critical in creating someone? What is it? It's imagination. Imagining a person down to the last detail, akin to an oceanid imagining a creature in the wild. Like when an oceanid creates a mimic. Like when we fight an oceanid, and she creates mimics. And those damn things are annoying. There is a story that tells of a powerful mage priest imagining his own son, only to realize that he himself was the product of someone else's imagination. Sorry for digressing, but I feel this information is relevant to your questions. Well, that didn't make anything clear, but do you have any other questions? You know I do, Paimon. About the Narcissus Cruz Ordo. Since you find this place so familiar, what could you tell us about it? Actually, as I recall, most of the people in the Narcissus Cruz Ordo were very kind. Narcissus Cruz's teaching just contained many radical ideas that were perhaps difficult for people to accept. That doesn't sound good at all. Narcissus Cruz would lead ceremonies with the Holy Blade in accordance with the ancient dictates. They called it trifactor excision in the shattering at Makara, or in Sumeru, shattering at Atmakraha. He called it renunciation of the ego. He believed that one's own will is an obstacle, and that accidentally receiving a vision while seeking the path is a guaranteed path to destruction. So, after someone gives themselves up, what happens to them? Well, they stayed quite normal, actually. It is said that people cannot perceive the truth because a body with a self sees the world filtered through 5 senses. Well, that doesn't sound so scary then. However, I never found out what Narcissus Cruz's ultimate purpose was for collecting all those wills and selves. Can you elaborate concerning Narcissus Cruz? Another time, perhaps. There is much to be said. I'll need time to process it all. Do you have any other questions? About what happened all those years ago. Many years ago, the one then called Lord Artificer Guillotine and Narcissencruz had an intense clash. Guillotine was even called the White Cavalier of Protection back then. Is that a better title than Honorary Knight? Well, if we're comparing impressive titles, I submit Chrysalis of Phantasmic Moth. I mean, it's alt plus number. The title the Ordo gave me. See, I'm a caterpillar, a creature that turns into a chrysalis before completely metamorphosizing into a butterfly. I suppose the name contained the wings of hope that I would mature into a human. Even though we learned a lot, there's still more questions that'll need answers. I'll have to pore over the records and try to piece it all together. You and me both, buddy. So I'm afraid you won't always find me here. Fontaine can be dangerous for you as it is now. I'll disguise myself and rely on the methods I've developed to do what I must. I'll survive. Anne and Seymour! Negative. Danger. Danger. Activated by Narcissencruz Ordo remnants detected. Or activity by Narcissencruz Ordo remnants detected. Traveler, Paimon, Anne, please find a safe place immediately. Annihilation mode activated. I didn't know you could do that. Whoa, Seymour, calm down. This is... We meet again. What did the White Cavalier of Protection say about you? Ah, yes. This is my little invention. Affirmative. I am prototype with a large number of bold design elements. The priority level of this topic has been downgraded. Please lay down your arms and surrender. Seymour, listen to me. I've already surrendered to the Traveler. Is that so? Totally. He has 100% surrendered. We've taken him in to custody. Yeah. Very well. In that case, we can continue to discuss my extraordinary design. I love Seymour so much. I am Caterpillar, as you know. Speaking of which, how's the young lady you were protecting doing? She's dead. But an echo of her consciousness is the little ocean hit over there. Wait a moment. Why did I say something like that? What's wrong? You are correct. I am looking for the master I should protect. Marianne, or as you might call her, Marianne Guillotine. Marianne Guillotine? Guillotine. Correct. My designer. Guillotine. Caterpillar, is this your memories from hundreds of years ago? You know, getting clearer? No, this is a memory from before my birth, akin to an elephant recalling its previous life while meditating. Me writing things down. I do not understand. Previous lives do not exist. Well, you are technically in the room with somebody with a previous life. in a way. I mean, she's kind of a fragment of the original Mary Ann, but she's still, like, that's kind of like a past life. I don't know if having a, I don't know. Anyways, not for you at least. Thanks to you, it seems I've encountered a potential breakthrough I had never imagined possible. Perhaps I might find the secrets to my own birth after all. Though I do not understand, I am glad to have been of service. Anyway, hello, Caterpillar. Have we met? My memory is fading, so that is quite possible. If I may be blunt, what is your relationship with the Red Empress? Writing more things down. The who? The Red Empress? I have no idea who that is, though the name kind of rings a bell. Then, let me try another name. What is your relationship with Lyris? How do you know that name? I went through many adventures with Paimon and the Traveler just to find out she was merely a character in a story. Do I? Ah, I think I know what's going on. Have some good food. When do we learn what? I mean, that was like the entire implication of the end of that quest. Like, there was the whole thing with the dandelion and talking about how after the pieces of the dandelion have scattered, are they really the original, or do they go off and become their own? Can they ever be whole again? I thought that whole thing was like an extended metaphor about the fact that Anne is a fragment of Mary Ann, and that her consciousness was kind of just like in that book. Like that was the whole, yeah. And then there was the fact that Anne was dreaming about the stuff that Mary Ann had gone through, because Anne was like the dream version of Mary Ann, and the whole, like, the title of that quest was called When She No Longer Dreams of You. So like the implication was that Anne existed in Mary Ann's dream, and like what happens when that dream is no longer happening. There is an ad that has popped up. Yeah, no, I vividly remember all the metaphors and stuff that went on. I kind of assumed that that was just straight up confirmed. And if not straight up confirmed, like very heavily implied. I don't know if that counts as a past life, or if she would technically almost be like Marianne's daughter, or like what, but also there's some references during that quest that like later on names re-popped up that I was like, oh, when she when she like mindlessly said that, she was remembering this thing that happened in Marianne's life. Like she references Renee, who the Hydro Mimics call Nay, and he's their brother who faded. But if you talk to her separately, she says Renee, not Nay. And that's the kid who like died or whatever, who went inside of Elenis with Jacob. When Jacob was like drinking Elenis's blood to turn into an Abyss Lector. So yeah, that's just like, so there's just like hints that she's remembering. That she was remembering Mary Ann's life, but through a dreamscape, and obviously dreams are distorted. They're not a reflection of reality. They're a reflection of your memories, like through a funhouse mirror, you know? So I think that's kind of what was going on there. Which isn't really a theory, because that just kind of is what that quest was, I think. But yeah, anyways. I I'm also a victim of riddles, so I shan't play dumb. I'll tell you everything I know. Lyris did indeed exist. She was an Oceanid as well, and Narcissan Cruz's name for her within the Ordo was the Red Empress. What's going on here? Paimon feels like it's all connected. Yes, Paimon, it is all connected. Still, when we first got here, Paimon couldn't help but notice the clock here doesn't seem very accurate, does it? Ah, that. Simply put, it's the Doomsday Clock. Oh my god. So this clock is like the water measure do in the fucking prison. When the clock strikes midnight, the apocalypse will come. Doesn't this mean the end of the world is almost upon us? Huh. That really does take me back. When I was here before, they thought the apocalypse was still far away, and that though it wouldn't happen in our generation, we should still stop it for the sake of the future. Yeah, in the Forbidden Zone, with in the Archon quest, how it was measuring the contamination level of primordial water, and the primordial sea almost burst through it. Well, it did burst through it until Nervalette, like, put it back. That. If the clock is accurate, then it's not far off now. Perhaps we shall lay ourselves down to sleep tonight, and the sun shall not rise in the morn. Perhaps the sea shall evaporate tomorrow. I think it was specifically measuring the primordial seawater levels, not just the sea rising or like water pressure and stuff. I think it was like very specific to the primordial sea. Or perhaps we are already living in the apocalypse, and the good times have long ended. Well, the sea levels are rising, and some people have been dissolved. Hey, get serious! Will the apocalypse really come? First, what we see is just a clock, not the apocalypse itself. When it comes down to it, time is merely a tool humans use to measure changes in all forms of matter. Narcissan Cruz was the first to use the world formula to calculate the beginning of the end, and built this device. Of course, messing with the reality and the fabric of the creation of worlds and stuff, I'm sure made Celestia mad. I've got to research more about, like, primordial Fontaine, the whatever that civilization was called. I want to learn more about them, because I'm sure that it's also related. Anyways. As such, I cannot answer your question, dear Paimon, because this is all it is. A clock. That's true. Anyway, let's share our findings. You and Paimon briefly share all that happened with the other 3 people, though technically speaking, none of them are humans. Input logged. Alanas. Did you think of something? I don't know. I'm not sure. It's like water boiling off into gas. I can't see it, and I can't quite grasp it either. Yeah, I plan to. I plan to hold off until, you know, getting through, like, all the Archon quests and stuff, because, you know, just in case. Oh, any thoughts or leads, Caterpillar? Can't say that I do, but I'm still trying to sort some things out, so let's discuss this later. Right. I keep forgetting to ask you something. Traveler Paimon, I'm very grateful for all that you've done for Lenore. So, is there anything I can help you with? Huh? Do you mean anything? Just like making a wish? It should be something within the scope of my abilities, of course. You did free Lenore and I from prison, but I'm no gin in a bottle. So, what would your wish be, Paimon? If that's the case, Paimon wants Mora. No, wait, yummy food. There's so much that Paimon wants, but we've been having lots of fun traveling together, so we don't really need anything special. Instead, Caterpillar, can you help us help Anne and Seymour? Paimon. Traveler, what do you think? Is that a good wish? That'll do. I understand. Then let us work together. Yeah. Understood. Now, I plan to work with Seymour and Anne to see if we can use our experiences and the information available here to figure something new out. Traveler, Paimon, let's meet back here later. Let's come back in a few days. Okay. Now the alleged quest. Quest? Chest. Hello? Words. The alleged chest. How do I get up? Oh. Okay. Well, here. Calculation process halted. What are your instructions? About the current situation. Through communication with Anne the Oceanid and former Narcissan Crew's Ordo member Caterpillar, some promising information has been obtained. I am prototype 4ACV07, designed by Guillotine to accompany and protect my master, Miss Mary Ann. Unfortunately, no additional information on Miss Mary Ann is currently available. Moreover, Anne the Oceanid was able to provide very little information. The remaining member of the Narcissan Crew's Ordo did not provide complete information. Okay. More time is required for analysis. I'm guessing, is the next part the New World quest? Okay. Princess Lyris is kind and courageous. That's why she endangered herself, in order to protect her friends. Before, all I thought was that I must have been a friend of hers and she protected me, so now that she's in trouble, I have to save her. Even though she might not want me to do that, because she is too nice and would rather suffer than let her friends be in danger. But if I don't save her, how could I be worthy of being her friend or deserve her protection? Memories. They're hazy, like whirlpools in water. Emotions and desires, on the other hand, feel so real, despite me realizing she's just a character in a story now. I don't know what else I can tell you. I'm the part of Mary Ann that was imagined into being here. See, yeah, it is canon. It is confirmed. Okay. I'm the part of Mary Ann that was imagined into being here, but she rejected me and the others as well. I mean, other existences. So the other existences were also imagined, and now that the fact that it was a dream was woken up, Mary Ann has stopped dreaming, but Anne still exists somehow. That's just canon. That's just what happened. Okay. Hooray. I didn't read too far into that. That is just what happened. The Princess Lyris I want to rescue does not exist. Mary Ann is also not Mary Ann and isn't that silly dog's owner. I don't know why, but when I see that silly dog, something just swells inside of me. It feels like bubbles, but they burst whenever I get close to remembering. Caterpillar seems to know something, but he won't say much if he's not 100% sure. He's just like me. We came to the place with Narcissan Cruz in its name, yet Nothing was resolved. Alright. Ugh. We shall begin with the Fontaine Research Institute. Although I might grab myself more tea real quick since I drank my tea kind of fast and okay. And well, my throat is going to be very dry from talking. So, yeah, I think I'm going to go grab more tea so that my throat doesn't die. And then we will get right into it. We'll power through. And it's going to be fun. Yeah. Alright, we are back. I have tea. Let us begin. Of course, since I ran to the bathroom and I washed my hands, the tape is kind of not wanting to stay stuck, but I'm like as it dries, it kind of sticks back down a little bit, so at least there's that, but I can usually get it like on my knees when I tape my knees to stabilize those. It usually lasts like a couple days, but I don't think there's much to be done about hand when you wash your hands. The normal recommended amount, you know? Plus having OCD and washing your hands maybe a little more than the normal recommended amount. Oh no. Load screens. Did I shave my arm for the tape? No. By the time I take it off, it's mostly not going to be holding on to me anymore because the adhesive is weakening. So it's not gonna hurt. I do shave my legs before taping my knees though, because that area doesn't usually weaken the same way it does on my arms. Oh my gosh, please. I would like just a little frame rate, please. Spare frame rate.
Glaze over. Torn to oblivion.
Sorry that I left you hanging for 6 weeks, random guy. There's no end to these stupid mecha. Oh, my lovely muscular legs are now full of these horrid welts and bruises. Thank you, friend. If it weren't for you, I'd still be taking a beating from those mecha. Oh, sorry, I forgot to introduce myself. I'm Desnos, a member of the Fontaine Research Institute and an assistant researcher. Or, so I used to be. Now I'm responsible for receiving the adventurers who come here for recruitment and conducting preliminary qualification reviews. They're called preliminary qualification reviews, but it's more just me checking if they're carrying all the proper documents with them. After all, some adventurers can't even get their documents right. So, you're looking for adventurers? Yes, as you said, we've been asking the Adventurers Guild to recruit adventurers who can investigate and search the ruins of the Fontaine Research Institute. After all, the entire institute was destroyed in the explosion, and we don't have much manpower. This violates the Institute's non-disclosure agreements and some other work regulations, of course, but technically only on paper. I have heard of this I am read in on the matter. Paimon remembers. Someone named Edwin made a mistake and there was an explosion at the Institute, right? Oh, so everyone knows, do they? Ugh, must have been some journalist from the Steambird with nothing better to do. Bro, your building blew up and now it's upside down in the sky. Like, I'm no journalist, but I do think, like, maybe that's news. maybe, maybe that is news. I don't remember any math class, so I couldn't tell you. Anyway, that's what happened, and that's where we're at now. In other words, you're looking for people who are good at searching for things in ruins? We're good at that. You might even consider us pros. We've 100%ed a few ruins in our day. I can see that you're more confident than ordinary people. I believe you've got good reason for that kind of confidence. I'm glad you'd be interested in the commission. But if you really are planning to take it up, I'll have to ask you to fill out some simple forms. Is this the qualification review? Yes, your comprehension and attention are excellent. Better than the ones who came before you, anyway. Sounds like a lot of work. We don't usually have to jump through all these hoops when we take a commission. While the commission concerns confidential items within the Fontaine Research Institute. Awesome. We get to be in on the confidential tea. I love that. The ruins contain scholarly papers and research results that must be retrieved. These are assets of the Fontaine Research Institute, and they are the foundation for rebuilding the Institute. Indeed, they are the hope of the entire court of Fontaine. Okay. Only trustworthy, upright, elite adventurers may enter the ruins, and that's why we have to run a qualification review. It's also why I'm here to do the preliminary part of it. Oh, and how many elite adventurers have you recruited so far? Well, it's complicated. The ones I had high hopes for declined because they were in bad shape at the time. Anyway, at this point, well, we have none. Are your standards too high? How else would you end up not finding a single adventurer? These are the rules set by Mr. Cecil, and I can't do anything about it. In fact, I have even helped many adventurers polish up their documents. But even so, no adventurer has passed the review set by Mr. Cecil and Mr. Raimondo. But don't worry, you're already much better than the previous ones, so your chances of passing are certainly higher. Please sit here while I go get a few bottles of ink. We'll be filling out some forms. A few bottles? Is one not enough? Based on my experience, if you didn't bring any documents, then one bottle is definitely not enough. First, one proof of adventure qualifications, one 30-day record of travel history. Actually, I'm sure the Adventurers Guild has these records. Don't worry, I'll send you an official letter to explain the situation, and we'll request said documents from the guild. But for the resume, you'll have to fill in your habitual residence, your contact address, contact information, your current name, names you've used in the past, your pseudonyms, and aliases you use when you want to conceal your identity. Apparently not. That's the one. Then you'll have to sign the good faith commitment, a notice of liability, a notice of obligation, and with Desnos' help, you start filling out the forms, alternating between hesitance and doubt. You use up bottle after bottle of ink, but the stack of forms also gradually shrinks. As you finish the last form, also gradually shrinks. Blah. As you finish the last form, Desnos smiles and you breathe a sigh of relief. That's all the documents. Now you just need to go to the Institute itself for the final review. Okay. An ad break has just hit. I'm using the warmth of my tea to soothe my hands from clicking. Ugh. What you doing, Toulouse? Every time you jump down from somewhere, something is falling behind you. Did you just say no? They shake their head like, that wasn't me. Alright. I was meant to be the one to take you there, but those stupid mecha injured my leg. It's okay. Just tell us where it is, and we'll head over there ourselves. Sounds good. I'll mark the location down on your map. Oh, and by the way, I suggest you head straight to the roof and talk to Mr. Knacker. The Institute sent him to work in the area. You can go talk with him. There's lots of clockwork mecha in the nearby wilds, so he's definitely going to need a formidable guard. Wait, we haven't passed your final review yet. Why are you assigning us work already? And there's no compensation either. Well, now, just hear me out. Mr. Knacker's a senior researcher at the Fontaine Research Institute, who once even did research under Edwin, the guy who blew the place up. So he's got some sway in the Institute. If you were to get along with him and incidentally demonstrate your capabilities to him to prove your worth, you're going to have a much better chance at passing the review. So what you're saying is that we should help this Mr. Knacker and thank him for the privilege while we're at it. Precisely. You can tell him before arriving at the Fontaine Research Institute for the final review, Mr. Desnos has tasked me with being your guard and ensuring your safety. Anyway, I won't hold you up any longer. He should be on the roof. I've still got to... Ugh, my leg. Those stupid mecha. Ba-doop. Ooh. Read. Required documents and registration for adventurers. Temporary. Commission resume, income statement, information regarding commission evaluations, commission statistics, total number of stars, rating, proof of adventure qualifications, travel history for the prior 30-day period, all past and current adventurer handbooks, habitual residence, contact address, contact information, emergency contact, your current name, names you've used in the past, any pseudonyms and or aliases. Statement of good faith, liability notice, obligation notice, and disclaimer notices. If the adventurer has not brought complete documentation with them, then the gap should be plugged in on the spot in a timely manner. Any applicant with a criminal record or who are suspects will be turned over to the authorities immediately. Don't we have a criminal record now? Just... We were in jail! On trumped up charges, but we were in jail! I mean, yeah, but... I don't know. to support the development of research at the Fontaine Research Institute of Kinetic Energy Learning, or Engineering, bleh. It has been decided through internal discussions to initiate Phase 2 of expansion for the Institute, with senior researcher Raimondo Havenport in charge of said project. After thorough investigation, argumentation, analysis, and research, it has been concluded that the eastern region of Liffey has favorable geography, excellent transportation conditions, and faces no threat from wild monsters, making it a highly suitable location for the second Fontaine Research Institute. Right. The project is currently suspended because Raimondo Havenpert has been transferred to the position of Senior Technician for the Fontaine Research Institute of Kinetic Energy Engineering. During Phase 2 of the Fontaine Research Institute expansion project, construction workers discovered an undocumented human excavated tunnel that led to the private lab of deceased senior researcher Proves. The research facility was found undamaged. The Masongistion have been briefed, pending further action. Awesome. I've said this many times, Miss Crony. Rebuilding the Fontaine Research Institute is our only goal right now. You've said the same thing 3 times now. I know all too well that when you guys start repeating things like robots, there's definitely something big you're trying to hide. Think what you like. As for the numerous issues mentioned earlier, I suggest that you go talk to Mr. Raimondo. What? Is he going to tell me all the things the Fontaine Research Institute is hiding? No, but his ways of beating around the bush might be more sincere. You. Anyway, Miss Crony, I have business of my own to attend to. The next one in line has been waiting for quite a while now. It's been like 5 seconds. I'm here for the drama. Hello, how can I help you? Are you Mr. Knacker? Yes, I am. You introduce yourself to Knacker and describe the final review situation. Upon meeting Desnos, you remember what he last told you. Before formally arriving at the Fontaine Research Institute for final review, Mr. Desnos has first tasked me with being your guard and ensuring your safety. I see. Thank you for applying, Miss Traveler. I suppose I must also thank Mr. Desnos' injured leg. The wilds around here do pose many dangers, and having an adventurer capable of passing the preliminary qualifications review by my side would be a lot safer. I can't act like I didn't hear that. What dangers are there exactly, if I may ask? According to the investigations, a lot of archaeum flew out of the Institute when it exploded. Will the uncontrolled archaeum radiate energy? Will it contaminate the surrounding environment? Is she a journalist? Whoa! Wouldn't this entire area be contaminated then? Am I having trouble breathing? Or is it just the anxiety? That's just your imagination at work. After leaving its catalytic environment, archaeum immediately returns to an inert state. It won't radiate or contaminate anything. It's apparent that Miss Crony's way of phrasing her concerns brought you unnecessary misunderstandings. Miss Traveler, may I take another look at your documents? If you really wish to escort me, then we'll have to take something of a detour. I'm going to a few nearby places to review the technological assets of the Institute and nab some documents along the way. Who is she? Some reporter, that's all. Had a feeling. Indeed, that's what I am. It's a great honor to meet you, Miss Traveler. I've heard your name from my colleagues many times before. Charlotte does stalk us sometimes. I'm Crony. A journalist for the political affairs section of the Steambird. If you have time, could we arrange a time to have a chat? Well, technically, we're only supposed to give our exclusive stories to Charlotte, so we'll have to ask her first. And of course, Miss Paimon is welcome to join. I'm very interested in your adventures. Let me see. How does next Tuesday, Wednesday, or Thursday sound to you guys? Even this Saturday could work. We could go for a cup of coffee. Or how about right now? You guys stay and chat, and I'll go about my work duties. That won't do. I've already reserved today's entire interview schedule for you. Sorry, Miss Traveler. Paimon, we'll have to chat another time. That's okay. We've got work to do today anyway. And we need to escort Mr. Nacher first. I must stress again that I'm just an ordinary researcher now, and I have no further information to give you. Plus, we've also got tedious and meaningless work ahead of us. Even if you go ahead and interview me, you won't get any useful information from it. That won't be a problem, Mr. Nacher. All work has its own unique value, and it's our job to uncover it. Don't worry about me. Suit yourself, then. Let's get going. According to the schedule, there's a document we need to get at the Institute's executive office. Hopefully, Konshat wasn't called up for some other work. Okay. Okay.
Everybody stand back! There is no escape! Go!
Ugh. Okay. Ugh. Trying to adjust so that my knee is not in a weird position. Ooh. That was an Oculus sound, but I don't. Must be beneath this, maybe? Ah! Okay. Then I want to get that viewpoint, but that's fine. This is it here. Hang on while I go find Miss Konshat. Whoa! What's that place? A building floating in the air? Paimon gets it. This must be one of those magical, I only want the second floor, just cut the first floor out buildings you hear about in stories. Was this caused by the accident? Indeed it was. What you're seeing now is the central laboratory of the Fontaine Research Institute, or what was once the central laboratory. Mr. Edwin Eastinghouse was once within, trying to develop a field generator using archium. Initial estimates indicated that the building, or that the device could lift entire blocks of buildings. Oh my gosh. Yeah. My guess is that the experiment didn't turn out so well. Of course, had Mr. Edwin not left 2/3 of the Fontaine Research Institute in ashes, he would have been a shoo-in for the post of next director. And today, the heavy responsibilities that belong to the post of director, including a lifelong stipend and private dwelling, must be borne by the likes of Cecil and Raimondo. Hyman wonders just what kind of people they are. According to the evaluations of my peers, they are the type who can speak to you for an entire day without saying anything. I want to put that to the test. Huh? So it is exceedingly accurate to say that Mr. Cecil's talents are irreplaceable. Look, traveler, the location of your final review is the former location of the Elaine Guillotine Research Institute. So Elaine Guillotine and Mary Ann Guillotine. Before the incident, weekly lectures were held there regarding critical projects. Of course, the old administrative functions are still in effect and can handle the final review. What's that plaza for? There's even some seats around it. Is it an amphitheater of some kind? I have heard colleagues stationed at the Institute speak of this place. I've heard colleagues stationed at the Institute speak of this place. That is the sacred ground to Fontainians, the place where Fonta was born. Refreshing Fonta refreshment. That is the Fontaine Research Institute's academic assembly hall and is dedicated to the purpose of displaying the fruits of our research, such as the combat-capable artifice dancers, the gramophone, and turbine-powered glider, among others. Previous analyses of the Institute show that of the items I mentioned previously, Fonta may be the only scientific achievement that remains legally profitable. I couldn't help but notice your wording contained a few baseless accusations. I'm glad you noticed. In that case, would you mind giving me your opinion of the ongoing criminal activity of selling research materials from within the Institute? It is absolutely vile, and those involved in the matter ought to be arrested in accordance with the law. Huh. Well, then, out of those with access to the Institute's technical assets and capacity to commit such a crime, who do you think it was exactly? Could it be possible that it was a criminal? Traveler, let's keep moving. I need to go to a file storage room first and retrieve a survey anchor, which we can use to monitor the strength of the energy flows. It's not far. Let's go. Yeah. To thoroughly investigate the Institute's loss of assets. Effective today, funding approval for the auxiliary robo-arm, hollow propulsion wind glider, and autonomous circuit aquabus projects is suspended and pending further reviews of finances and assets. Announcement regarding the memorial service for Monsieur Bator. The Institute will hold a memorial service for Monsieur Bator tomorrow at 9:30 p.m. in the Academic Assembly Hall to honor his research contributions to the Institute and the people of the Court of Fontaine. May he rest in peace. Anyone not associated with the Institute who wishes to attend the service should first register with Funerary Office. Notice regarding sanctions for personnel conducting unapproved research. In summary, Patrice traveled to Lille without permission and conducted experiments without the Institute's approval. He is also suspected of tampering with and falsifying experimental results. He retains his position on probation pending investigation. All experimental data and papers from the project will be temporarily archived and in the care of Monsieur Anatole pending subsequent review and empirical verification. Notice of Edwin Eastinghouse's dismissal. In accordance with the Fontaine Research Institute's personnel regulations, Edwin Eastinghouse has been absent from work without permission for a long period without having submitted any application and is therefore dismissed from his post of senior technician effective today, with further investigation pending. Notice of Coutreau's dismissal. In accordance with the laws of the Court of Fontaine and the Fontaine Research Institute's personnel regulations, Coutreau has been dismissed from his position as a researcher of the Institute effective immediately. The Institute retains the right to pursue legal action in accordance with relevant laws. Festive. Dodging the mecha like a pro. Because my fingers cannot handle any more combat than necessary. What? Oh. Mary Ann Memorial Park. I love when the game freezes. I'm guessing we could get in here from the inside of the building, probably. Maybe. I don't know. Maybe not. Ah, Mr. Knocker, you finally come. We came across a little hiccup on the way. Never mind that. Have you retrieved the survey anchor yet? I was just about to bring that up with you. I don't know if it was due to the explosion, but the supporting tools that were kept here are all damaged. You should know, if you don't use the proper tools to retrieve the anchors, you will be subject to being struck by high-intensity Archeum energy flows. Oh, intense energy flow from Archeum. Got it. Huh? What I just said was just... I didn't. Relax, sweetie. You were merely speaking the truth. It's not like you offended anyone. What Miss Shelmet said was indeed the truth. I can hope I can say the same for what you will write. Whenever the truth is placed right before me, I never pretend it's not there. That would be a mistake. Is that so? Well, it takes only the slightest bit of effort to fixate on something, but it always takes more brain power to avert your gaze from it. It's clear they're having an argument with each other, but why does Paimon still feel like the vibe is even scarier than if they were? Or it's clear they're not having an argument with each other. I'm pretty sure they are having an argument with each other. Let's deal with the survey anchor thing. I thought I clicked it. I didn't. You're right. Miss Chaumet, let's go examine the anchor. Okay. That said, the area where it's located is still blocked. I'll go ahead and open the ports and unblock it. Traveler, as I recall, you were an adventurer who came for the recruitment, yes? Well, when assisting our institute in its work, you'll sometimes be required to carry out certain precise operations. I'd like to see your practical capabilities first. Could you please go and help Miss Chaumet operate the energy transfer terminal to clean up the area where the survey anchor is of obstructions? So the review has already begun? You could say that. If you pass the final review, we'll do a detailed competency assessment for you. After all, everybody excels at different things, and the work they can take on also differs. And so their compensation will differ as well? How very blunt of you, but you're not wrong. Ooh, then we've got to show them our worth, traveler. Yeah. Okay. Please follow her instruction and unblock the area as soon as you can. I'll be watching from the side. Okay. Okay. Going the wrong way. Okay. Hello. Hold on. Nope, I comprehend. I remember how to do this. Yeah. Yeah, Okay. Excellent work. The lock has been opened. Your abilities to quickly grasp the mechanics and execute are both outstanding, and your value far exceeds the vast majority of those who participate in experiments. I will truthfully report to your performance as such. Sorry. So, what's next? Oh, Miss Crony, what's gotten into you? I suddenly feel like I'm gonna throw up. Miss Crony, please drink this medicine. Exposed survey anchors radiate with arcane energy traces, and the place we are in now has also been affected somewhat. However, this level won't leave permanent adverse effects on the body. Just take this medicine and you'll be fine. Ugh, tastes terrible. Forget it. I guess this is also a kind of first-hand experience. Traveler, these 2 bottles are for the 2 of you. Please drink them quickly. Thank you, but I'm fine. I'm a star from the sky. Also, an ad has hit. Ow. Ugh. My knees are bugging me so much. Okay. I will read the things before we leave the room. Okay. I'm not neither. Really, that's really quite interesting and is completely at odds with the results of applications of Archeum Risk Report 3rd edition. We all should have been affected by the same amount of Archeum energy. We're constantly journeying over mountains and seas. We're way stronger than the people you've got working here. Correction, you can now assume that all of Fontaine's Research Institute staff are now working out in the open beneath the sun and stars. Your report might consider mentioning the difficult work conditions we are enduring, Miss Crony. I've been wronged without having been notified in advance. The Steambird won't let this go. Putting this all aside, you clearly have an extremely strong innate tolerance to the energy flow, Traveler. If so, you are certainly the best candidate to assist the Institute without question. Please approach the storage room and report any dizziness, nausea, itchiness, or other discomfort you feel during the process. Hold on there. Are you using the Traveler as a guinea pig without fulfilling your obligation to inform her of the risks first? It is clearly stated in Institute, abbreviated, Externally Contracted Employee Agreement Appendix C.41, which she signed. Prior to being officially employed, the applicant shall be subject to a harmless Archeum energy flow tolerance test, and the Institute has the right to terminate the contract based on the results of said test. Yeah, because everybody reads terms and services. You chose not to exercise your right to read the text, but each document was clearly marked, "Please sign your name here," after carefully reading the document and making sure there are no mistakes. However, seeing as you seem completely unaffected by the energy flow, I believe you may be just the person we're looking for now. In any case, let's get down to business. Take 3 steps towards the storage room, then hold still for 30 seconds. Alrighty. We've got this far, but Paimon doesn't feel anything. Do you feel any discomfort? Right. I'm feeling the same as always. That's a relief then. Paimon was worrying how she'd carry you out of here if you were to suddenly pass out. Although, we've come all this way, and we can't see Naka or the others anymore. And it doesn't seem like we can hear them either. What do we do next? Paimon knows. Maybe they'll chuck some sort of box in here and communicate with us through that. Well, that would be convenient. We'll find out soon enough. Alright. Paimon can't wait to see what kind of cool gadgets they might use to communicate with us. Traveler, can you hear me? Ooh. So they rely on the technology of shouting really loud. I can hear you. Do you guys feel any discomfort? Everything's good. That's great. Please continue to survey, or onto the survey anchor. You should be able to see it now. Once you retrieve it, it will temporarily fall into a dormant state and stop radiating energy, and then we'll be able to come in. Be careful. If you feel uncomfortable, then we'll get out of here. Okay. It seems to be a literary work of fiction. In this book, the entire Fontaine Research Institute was transported to a fantasy world, and many researchers go on an adventure together in this world. There's a note stuck at the end of the text with the following comment written on it. Why do I still have to carry mechanisms and fight monsters even in another world? How is this any different from real life? Is this what counts for popular novels within Institute circles? You might as well write one in which Mr. Edwin travels to another world with his Archeum. Please refrain from placing novels inside the materials office. Also, Mr. Edwin has stated that he has no interest in traveling to other worlds. This seems to be a reference book intended to impart practical techniques. The book lists a great number of issues that Fontainians are quite unlikely to encounter in their daily lives and provides rigorously logical solutions to said problems. However, both the title page and ending contain requests from the author for readers to not do such things in practice. Okay. Fontaine Research Institute of Kinetic Energy Engineering. Executive Office, located at the intersection between Liffey and Fontaine Research Institute of Kinetic Energy Engineering regions. Primarily responsible for the Institute's various administrative tasks. Academic Assembly Hall, a venue for showcasing the products of the Institute's research to the public. The circular design of the exhibition hall allows it to accommodate a larger audience while providing a better view. Central Laboratory. Located in the heart of the Fontaine Research Institute of Kinetic Energy Engineering, it has the most advanced instruments in Fontaine. Currently, their primary research undertaken there is related to the experimental field generator. The text that follows is too marred to be discernible. What was that? No clue. This appears to be a reference book to teach common knowledge to people who have not yet come of age. But why is it placed inside the Institute's materials office? Okay. I think that's everything. Retrieve. You actually managed to retrieve the survey anchor without any instruments, like it was nothing? Mm-hmm. That's amazing. The last time we needed at least 3 of us acting together to retrieve an anchor. I'm most certain that you're exactly the talent we've been looking for. With your help, All of our work is going to go much more smoothly. All right, I'll keep it for now. Let's leave this place and report back to the Institute post-haste. Hang on, where's Miss Crony? Paimon doesn't see her anywhere. She was feeling nauseous, so she stayed up there to rest. But don't worry, she's already taken her medicine. She just needs a little time. Huh? Miss Crony, what are you doing here? A bunch of mecha monsters suddenly showed up outside. They're on my heels, about to storm in. Oh boy. Leave it to me. I got it.
Illusion shattered. Wipe out! Born of ice and frost. Yeah. Let's light it up. Yeah. I'm going in. Ow. Access denied.
Struggling to grab the Raiden Shogun. I'm just trying to open this damn chest. I should have done that before grabbing the thing. Huh. Luckily, the Traveler was here. These were probably the clockwork mecha that the Institute used to monitor energy flow, as they're equipped with Arceum energy flow monitoring devices. Although they're now out of control, they still automatically converged here upon detecting energy flow from Arceum. Mr. Knacker, should the Fontaine Research Institute be held accountable for these out-of-control mecha in the wilds? I don't object to that at all. They should be held accountable. Oh? If you truly have a way, to those buried in the ground... if you truly have a way to have those buried in the ground rise up and speak again... Also, I sincerely suggest that you stay here and rest, Miss Crony. Mr. Cecil and Raimondo are at the Institute's new site, and they aren't going anywhere. Once you're feeling better, then you can go and interview them. Yeah, you felt so sick you could barely stand. Don't push yourself too hard. Health is essential. No, I can't. Interviewing Cecil is the final step, not the beginning. That's why I'm following Mr. Knacker around. I want to experience everything firsthand and get tangible evidence. I have to question Cecil with the evidence in hand. That way he won't be able to beat around the bush like last time. Ha! And lo and behold, I've now personally experienced this so-called harmless Arceum energy flow, no? Once I get to the Fontaine Research Institute, I'm definitely going to uncover all of the hidden truths. I truly admire your professionalism, Miss Crony, but are you sure you'll be able to make it the rest of the way there? Don't worry, I'll be right behind you guys. I'm a reporter, after all. All right. To the next location. The Marianne Memorial Park. Let's see if there's any assets that can be recovered. Like in the game? Oh, like Word documents. Oh. I don't look through my Word documents often. The materials are so broken. Miniaturized personal recording device. Financial reports. And old copies of the Steambird. Why can't I investigate it? Ah. Alright, there seems to really not be anything of value here. Time to move on. A researcher who once worked with Edwin Eastinghouse is now kicking storage drums around a junk heap. Meanwhile, the Fontaine Research Institute still complains about being short-handed, huh? The way these researchers go about things is truly unfathomable. Everybody's worth is reflected in different ways, and kicking storage drums is my way of doing so these days. But I heard that prior to Edwin's big screw-up, you had some sway in the Institute. Some might even say that you are second to Edwin, only Edwin himself. Eh? You were that powerful? That's what that guy told us before we went to see him. That no longer means anything. Now I'm merely someone who was fortunate enough to survive this project and one of the culprits that turned the Central Laboratory into what it is today. That is the only information I can offer you. Well, I believe that was plenty. Let me write that down. Huh? Where are my pen and notebook? My whole bag disappeared. I put it right next to a strange-looking mecha right now. Where did they go? Bro, the one behind you? I still cannot believe that they gendered the mecha. Help, girl. We gotta get you one of those weapon cameras like Charlotte has.
Shine down. Let's light it up.
Ah! Come on.
Everybody stand back. Bombs away. Water jet. Now you shall perish.
What's up with these mecha monsters? Huh. Let's hurry to the Institute. Okay. To the Institute. Woo. All right. I could probably teleport. That might be better. Ramundo, nothing could go wrong here, right? Everything is running according to the set orbit, Cecil. Round and round it goes without any errors. Error-free everything might be true, but I'm just worried about getting dizzy. Mr. Cecil, Mr. Ramundo. Ah, Knocker, it's good to see you. Have you taken care of those survey anchors? I trust that you've done as you always have. Complete your tasks to perfection. I have. Allow me to give you a brief report. With the Traveler's assistant, the anchor was successfully retrieved without any equipment. That's unbelievable! You were able to retrieve one without the use of any instruments. Goodness, thank heavens. The entire Institute right now only has 3 complete sets of such equipment, and I was honestly worried how we might be able to retrieve the anchors as soon as possible. I mean, I've definitely done worse. Is there any critical data in the anchor, Mr. Cecil? Of course not. Some insignificant data, Miss Crony. I agree with you. After all, there's no way for insignificant data to radiate with harmful Archeum energy flows, is there? Energy flow? I mean, of course, it's necessary and must exist as a technological means of preserving the... What I'd really like to know is why the Fontaine Research Institute would place these survey anchors to monitor the Archeum energy flow after the explosion. Certainly. Obviously, these survey anchors are, used for monitoring. Miss Crony talks so fast, just like a dendro slime on fire. Wonderful. Allow me to be more specific. How exactly is the Fontaine Research Institute planning to deal with this explosion? Yes, I was just about to answer that question. This was an excellent question to ask, as many people are concerned about it. Miss Crony, I am so delighted that you've come to visit again. I must stress on behalf of Mr. Cecil that the Institute has never changed its solution to the explosion. Once we have recovered all retrievable research assets at the old site, we will demolish the old central laboratory and do our best to restore the area's natural environment to its original state. By the central laboratory, do you mean that building floating in the air? How are you going to demolish a building like that? Blow it up again? Of course we shan't be using such crude and simple solutions. The demolition will utilize our newly researched experimental field generator. Isn't that what blew it up the first time? Wasn't that part of the experiment that blew it up the first time? Or am I misremembering? This device can deactivate the gravity-altering field that surrounds the Institute's ruins and land them on the ground safely. Slowly? But wasn't that device also within said ruins? And wasn't it also a work of Eden Eastinghouse that used Archeum as its energy source? So based on what you're saying, the Fontaine Research Institute is still unwilling to give up this harmless Archeum project, yes? Probably. You've been keeping up with what she's saying? No, I just repeated her last sentence. Hey, have you been doing this to pretend that you understand what's going on? Only for the last 3 years, Paimon. Only for the last 3 years. Anyway, the Fontaine Research Institute is still trying to do dangerous stuff in dangerous ways, right? A great summary, Miss Paimon. If we're discussing uncontrolled risks, well, even walking on a road may be dangerous. Also, you should note that the energy source we're using is completely new and stable, tri-state Archeum. How does that differ from normal Archeum? Does the new word in front of it mean anything? This, to me, seems like a purely rhetorical maneuver. I'm sure Mr. Cecil would be happy to have an in-depth conversation with you about grammar, but I've left Mr. Knacker hanging for too long, and really, that's just impolite. Mr. Knacker, I trust you've done everything that I've asked. With the Traveler's help, everything couldn't have gone any better. Is this an adventurer who came for recruitment? Nacker recounts to Raimondo everything that happened, emphasizing the amazing talent you displayed while retrieving the survey anchor. He also briefly touches on Crony's ironclad professionalism, as well as the severe vomiting reaction she had. From the joking look on Knacker's face, there seems to be no ill intent in his jest about the committed reporter. You think? That is rare. Extremely rare. I'm delighted you're applying for work at the Institute, Traveler. After hundreds of years of bad luck, we're finally catching a break. I'm confident you'll be of great help to us. Here are the 503 documents I signed. Leave them over there. Don't worry about them. Huh? Aren't you gonna take a look at them? We spent ages on them, and Mr. Desnos also took them very seriously. These documents definitely have their uses. They help us weed out idiots, at least. As for you, however, I believe your good qualities go far beyond what they can summarize, so let's leave them alone for now. So are you saying we passed the review? Without a doubt, yes. I will personally prepare the contract, and notice that you will need to sign for follow-up work. Until then, Mr. Knocker? Yes. While Miss Crony appears to be having a discussion about energy safety with Mr. Cecil, how about you take the Traveler to retrieve the last 2 survey anchors? The energy flow control operations are nearing completion. All that's left is to compile the data. At least it's under control. Are you guys heading somewhere else? I'll come along too. This reporter lady sure has pretty good ears. Alrighty. This way. I wish I had the brain power to, like, look for the oculi, but I just don't. Ah! Alright, fine, I guess I'm getting this chest.
There is no escape. Let's light it up. Teamwork is dreamwork. Inazuma shines eternal.
Is this an answer from this world?
Okay. Hey guys, why are the Fatui hanging out by your dorms? Is this where researchers spend their downtime? Is this even humane? Has the Fontaine Research Institute ever considered making renovating this place a priority? There should be a survey anchor here. Just like Miss Crony implied, this place needs renovation, and the power supply here is very limited. Or perhaps I should say there's a complete shortage. While I'm answering Miss Crony's questions, I'll leave the job of recovering the survey anchor to you. Okay, an ad break has hit, but that's fine, because I'm just gonna... Okay. Okay. Well... Oh, wait. I'll come back for that. Okay. Okay. The ad break ended. We are just... I put it like here? Nope. Needs to scooch over some more.
A reward on the road.
Alright. What happens if we activate this one? Ah, yes, here. Telhart's scribbled cipher letters all over the place. Why am I not surprised? He even erased the formula for this purifying solvent Bator left behind. Thanks to him, all of our project funding requests have been rejected. Guess it's time to kiss my bright future goodbye. Not only is there no place for traditional clockwork mecha research in the Fontaine Research Institute, there's no place for me as well. I should probably try to secure a job at the Fortress of Meripede. I'm sure they need engineers there. I'm just kidding. There's no way I'm going there. I heard there aren't even windows. Well, yeah, windows to what? Windows to the sea? I don't know. Do you know what's at the bottom of the ocean? I've decided to do something out of the goodness of my heart. Although Bator is no longer here, I've recreated the formula for the purifying solvent based on the information he left behind. I'll record the formula here, so anyone who sees this is able to use it to create the solvent and then erase the nonsense that Telhard wrote. The formula is as follows. The text has been removed. And then there was one other. Experiment day. The lab equipment that was ordered hasn't arrived yet. No choice. All I can do is force myself to go to Hotel de Bord with Mr. Pochier. Mr. Pochier recommended the seasonal poisson oyster with salation, caviar, and fine chardon. The poisson oysters were unquestionably the best, full-bodied texture, plump, soft, and juicy, flavor lingering on the tip of the tongue like a gentle sea breeze. However, the way Mr. Potier ate them, it could be said to seem a bit inelegant, as the juice accidentally squirted all over the napkin. Such a lack of etiquette would be definitely laughed at by others. Anyway, I lectured him about it. Now, if only he would take it to heart. After all, etiquette is like food. Inferior ingredients can certainly be compensated for through superior culinary techniques, so there shouldn't be any need to discriminate in terms of quality of ingredients, but even so, people will always prefer premium food with premium ingredients. The lab experiment ordered still hasn't arrived. The lab equipment ordered still hasn't arrived. Ugh, dyslexia is making this hard. Blah. No choice, all I can do is force myself to watch an opera with Mr. Potier. The refreshments were as tasty as ever, but the play was only passable at best. As far as tragedies go, the farewell scene between Aeneas and Egeria, at least, succeeded in squeezing a few tears out of some members of the audience, such as Mr. Potier, though it was expected given his taste. Not laughter. There's nothing innately wrong with attempting to show the plot unfolding from the perspective of multiple characters, but if it cannot all be tied back together and the theme properly expressed, and instead completely relies on sensationalizing the climax to cover up all the flaws, then it is absolutely a misguided approach. Take, for example, the adaptation of the famous Lochnac tale titled Mounted Python and the Mounted Python and the Pure Grail. The comedy I previously attended with Mr. Potier. It was a superior production in every way. As the great master Alcafribas said, "'Tis better to pen laughter than tragedy, for laughter gives strength and fortifies the will." Not to mention how mortifying Mr. Potier's bawling was. The lab equipment previously ordered still hasn't arrived. It appears that it may have gotten lost in transit. Can't do anything but force myself to reorder the equipment, then go to Cafe Latisse with Potier once more. Welp. To the next one. Oh, there's another one. I want to take a nap, but I've got to go to a project meeting later, so I can't sleep. No falling asleep. How I wish our research project leader would stop barging in during lunch to talk about work. You could cut the air with a knife. The free coffee at the Institute is getting worse. It tastes like sawdust soaked in water. I might as well drink Fanta. Alas, I do not know when I can be transferred to another group. I really don't want to continue research on this smart lie detector of Professor Mosso's anymore. Without resources inherited from him, we're like chefs working at a crafting bench. This just isn't working out. I've heard that the Institute has commissioned some adventurers to search for his base. If you ask me, they could just restart the project then, right? It's not like the numbers are going to help us catch up with him. If we've got to force the research too while having no material to work with. Okay, my mouth is also not wanting to work. We're doing great. More Fatus. More Fatus. Well, that's
For
rude.
Red Lapis! Now you shall perish!
I'm going in.
Go! Illusion shattered! But a momentary distraction.
Indeed it was. See, I find it harder to dodge on mobile, so that's probably a practice thing. It says lower. Ah, jeez. All right, yep.
Go! No touching! There is no escape! Wipe out!
Let's light it up.
Inazuma shines eternal!
Teamwork is strength.
Water jet! This is long overdue. Torn to oblivion!
Ah!
Shine down!
Of course, one of the ones who were not actually a part of this gets aggroed.
Everybody stand back.
Go!
Lovely. Ow. Doing that hurts. There should be a survey anchor here too. I'll open the door and leave the recovery to you.
Now you shall perish! Ha! Healthy body, healthy mind. Next on the agenda.
I was expecting them to fight me a little bit. Oh, they're fighting me now. Okay.
Wipe out! Teamwork is dreamwork! Inazuma shines eternal! Bombs away! Illusion shattered!
There's nothing wrong with reaping a reward every now and then.
Alrighty. Now let's return to the new institute. Mr. Raimondo, the survey anchors have all been retrieved. Looks like we've really got the right person for the job this time. Put them over here. Someone will come and handle them. Now let us get down to business. Come over here, traveler. These are some documents you'll need to sign. They're so thick! Why are there so many documents? Because no matter how one looks at it, escorting a researcher into the ruins of the Fontaine Research Institute and then landing said ruins shall be no small matter. And since it is such an important detail, it is only natural for us to explain every detail to the one carrying out our work. Who am I escorting? Why, that'd be Mr. Knacker, of course. Across the entire institute, there's no one better suited than him to deal with the central laboratory ruins. I request that I accompany Mr. Knacker. What? I think this is a terrific proposal. Giselle, did you forget what we mentioned when we came up with the plan? We must keep the public informed about the rebuilding of the Institute with the utmost transparency. That's right. The new Fontaine Research Institute has nothing to hide. Edwin made some mistakes, but we are past that now. Please go write report on it. Go to the ruins of the Institute and see the mistakes Edwin Eastinghouse made. Looking back again, the Institute now is just what we've been working towards, the cause we stand for. But allow me to emphasize once again that... And here we go again. Paimon's about to fall asleep. I truly admire how much you guys have to say, but maybe you should call me after you're done talking, because you just keep saying words that ultimately don't mean anything. Yeah, this doesn't have anything to do with us, and this is a good time for a break anyway. No, it's important business, so please, come this way. Okay. So, thanks to your prior experience, you finished signing them before you know it this time. Woo! Alright, that should be all of them. Thank you, Traveler. You are now an externally contracted assistant researcher for the Fontaine Research Institute. What about Paimon? Does Paimon get any title? You're my important assistant, Paimon. Assistant? Ugh, that just doesn't sound as cool. Don't worry. Assistants play an absolutely critical role within the Institute. This is true. But let's get back to business, shall we? Things right now in the Institute are rather complicated. The matters you'll be dealing with are also urgent, so I won't keep you from them for much longer. I need to get that spin crystal. While you're on the way, Mr. Knacker will inform you of some things to note, as well as what you will actually need to do. The rest is up to you. A lot rests on your shoulders now, Mr. Knocker. Well then, please follow me, traveler. We must get to the ruins. Yeah! Don't forget me! Yes, and you. How could I possibly forget you? I have a spin crystal to grab. Okay. Okay. So I'm guessing we're on to the second part of this quest, question mark? Okay, before I go there, I'm gonna try and get that Oculus. I have been up here before, yeah. I got all of the visible teleport points as soon as the version came out. It took some time, but I got him. Oh, jeez. Just gonna go over to the... Not trying to climb a tree. All right, traveler, Miss Crony, this way. So you mean we're going to delve into this patch of water? That's right. With the help of the allo-gravity condensed water, we can ascend the ruins of the Institute safely and effectively. If you don't wish to do it that way, you may also go to the opposite bank and glide from the highest mountain using a wind glider. Forget it. I'm not that good at using a wind glider, and I'm not really used to heights either. Very well. Now we'll go over a few things to keep in mind when it comes to allo-gravity condensed water. Knacker details considerations when making use of said allo-gravity condensed water. So, in a nutshell, it's the same as swimming or diving. I feel like this is more flying or diving. I suppose you could call it anti-gravity diving if you had to. Is everybody ready? Miss Crony, you can still back out now if you'd like, and simply wait here for us to return. Reporters never back down. I'll be right behind you guys. I'll try to anyway. All right then, if you insist, let's get going. Okay, so where are we heading to? Way up. Oh. Okay. I remember there were, like, puzzles to unlock some of the things to make the traveling easier. I already did them. How did I do this before?
Everybody stand back! Shine down!
Throw hat-shaped bombs. Awesome. Hello? Okay. Yeah. It's just enough of a pain that I'm like, you know what, I'm not doing this right now, I think. I do not feel like it. These damn slimes. This? What? It's this large plate. That's the experimental field generator that Mr. Edwin developed. Huh? Didn't it already blow up? Oh wait, there's an ad happening right now. Also, Dakota is trying to dig through the litter box, I think. Honestly, yeah. Okay. So this is the energy thing. Didn't it already blow up? It looks perfectly fine now. The thing that exploded wasn't this machine, but the Archeum ore that provides its core dryer, the Archeum kinetic core. This thing. Will it suddenly start moving by itself? Relax, this big guy can't move now that it's lost its power supply. But didn't Raimundo say that we needed to use it to make the ruins descend? If it can't move, only a part of it will be activated. The tri-state Archeum can only support its operation at half speed, but that should be enough to relieve the abnormal gravity state that the central laboratory ruins are in. Paimon doesn't understand that at all. What do you need us to do? Please follow me. The place where we will need to work is in the back. Miss Crony, please stay here. Some areas in the back contain Institute secrets, and you're not allowed to have any exposure to them. I can see that back of yours from here. What secrets could be hidden inside? I have no idea either. That's why you're definitely not allowed inside. Huh, what nonsense. Anyway, please wait here. If you take photos randomly, you might capture something related to Institute secrets. For example, the formula for sugar-free berry-flavored Fanta. This new Fanta product is quite important to the Institute. If you leak any information of it to the outside world, you'll need to undergo a 1-month confidential investigation and must report to the Missangaston at the Palais Marmonia 3 times every day and be questioned. Of course, you'll need to stop your journalistic work. Don't worry, even if I get taken away by Palais Marmonia questioning, it will only be because I've uncovered the secret you're hiding. I won't let myself be forced to stop working for a reason as absurd as leaking some Fanta formula. I admire your work ethic. I hope everything goes well with your photo taking. Traveler, let's go. There's still work for us to do. Have fun, ma'am. Okay, so where are we going? This way, I guess.
All hail! Now you shall perish! Ha! There is no escape! Water jet! No touching! Ha! I'm going in! Huh?
Sometimes I really don't get why the Institute had to design the clockwork mecha to look like humans. Just from the perspective of supporting research, hands and feet are far far worse than tracking and multifunctional clockwork mecha apparatus. Oh my gosh. Well, what's this rock? Oh, this is the archeum that supplies energy to the experimental field generator. What restrains it is the energy supply device created by Mr. Edwin. See this here? This circuit connects to the generator. Of all the inert archeum we found, this one was the best in terms of purity and stability. And then it blew up. That came down to Mr. Edwin. I trust this wasn't the cause, or at least it shouldn't take all the blame. Whoa, it's not gonna blow up again, is it? I mean, we could just jump into the water. That'll probably be fine. Jumping into the water from a high place such as this is gonna hurt when we, splash. Worst case scenario, Paimon will tug on your clothes to help absorb the impact. Don't worry. Now that Mr. Edwin's not around, we're completely safe. Alright, I'm about to use Raimundo's catalyst to transform this archeum into tri-state archeum and activate the big fellow outside. Then these ruins should be able to safely land on the ground. Traveler, could you help me take some photos of the area? I need to use them as evidence for my work record. Didn't you just say photo taking wasn't allowed? It's fine. These will be used for reference in the Institute and won't be disturbed. Unless you secretly keep a few for yourself, which I trust you won't do. Oh, right. When you're taking photos, please look for Miss Crony while doing so. I have no idea where she's run off to or where she's hiding. I really don't want to start the generator, only to find a lady suddenly tossed into midair. Woo. Yes. I had a feeling an Oculus was up there. All right. Wrong button. How suspicious. What's suspicious? Oh, traveler, you gave me a fright. How are you able to walk around without making any noise? What can I say? I have some stealth practice. You were just too focused. Speaking of it, you followed us all the way here. Have you managed to find anything? Not really. Since Mr. Knocker said all that, I don't really want to get in trouble. In the end, all I could take pictures of were these dilapidated houses, broken rocks, and a motionless machine. I bet I would be able to take some photos of a big scoop if I could fly in the air like you can, Paimon. Why be a reporter if you could fly? I was born to do this. It's the reason I exist. I, too, am very sure of that, Miss Crony. What? You're also able to walk without making any noise? Is this a new technology that the Institute's developed? Unfortunately, we don't teach walking courses. I've already completed all the preparations in any case. Traveler, please take Miss Crony back to the Institute. Once the experimental field generator is activated, it will rapidly change the gravity in the surrounding area. I've been through professional training, and I know what to do in this situation. For your safety, it would be best if you stay away from here. And how are we going to get down? You don't need to worry about... Or how are you going to get down? You don't need to worry about me. Mr. Edwin taught me how to use the generator personally. The guy who blew up the building. The guy who blew the building up to begin with? Okay. No one in the Institute can control this big guy as freely as I can. Not even Raimondo. Guess we'll have to leave it to a professional then. Be careful. Go now. We'll meet again on the surface. About how much of the quest would you say is left? Okay. Traveler, you're back. How's the work coming? Everything's going swimmingly. There's still some finishing touches that ought to be left to a professional, so Mr. Knocker is still up there. I feel like I haven't really contributed that much. Don't say that. You're our safety rope. Without you, dear traveler, how could we have dared to let Mr. Knocker go up there by himself? It could be said that the trip was a brilliant success. There were other benefits as well. Miss Crony's managed to photograph some thought-provoking images that she would like to ask me about, and a few of those pictures even should prove even more interesting for Mr. Knocker. Let's not talk about that for now. Come, let us take a photo together. Monsieur Cecil will also need to present you with a certificate and an honorary title. I'm always collecting honorary titles. I don't know. Ooh, and what about Paimon? Paimon will get a promotion from assistant, right? Seeing as you're the traveler's companion, I guess you could join in on the photo. As for the title... No honorary title for Paimon, then? Honorary titles must remain limited in quantity and stay relatively rare. Otherwise, how would we get sponsors and support through rewarding them? Oh, alright then. Then allow me to award Paimon a super awesome title. Honorary title of Best Travel Guide. Hey, what kind of nonsense titles are those? You better make the travelers really awesome. Of course. This honorary title is of the highest standing. Besides, haven't you already been promoted to the assistant of the honorary senior researcher? Come on now, let's get that photo taken. An assistant is still an assistant, no matter how many words you put after it. Can we trade in our titles for a cool hat? Alright, let's take this photo. An occasion to remember. Monsieur Cecil, you're... looks like he's having a nice conversation with Crony. Hence, this operation is a stepping stone to rebuilding the Institute. We can do it, and it is our duty to do so, as it has always been. As the former site of the Institute, we will keep it preserved forever and rebuild it as the Fontaine Research Institute Safety Education Center. I think I've just about had enough. I'm certain that everybody has benefited from your speech, Monsieur Cecil, but now's the time to take the photo together with the traveler, wouldn't you say? Yes, of course. We must take a photo and mark the occasion with our dear honorary senior researcher of the Fontaine Research Institute. Please give us a second, Ms. Groney. This shouldn't take too long. Don't worry, it's not like the things you just said weren't all cliches anyways. Weren't you guys going to take a photo together? I just so happen to have a camera with me. Please go and stand in position. I've traveled a long way to get here, so please at least make it worth the trip, okay? Oh! Was that worth it? Cannot emphasize this enough. Wasn't that the thing that blew it up the first time? Is this not fighting fire with fire? Was that an explosion just now? We're just taking a photo together. Was such a ceremonious greeting really necessary? Don't worry, the guy who blew everything up taught me how to not blow everything up while doing this. Are you sure? Is it the guy who taught you how to do this? The guy who blew it up? Like, oh no, what an unforeseen turn of events. Who could have seen this coming? It's not as if we followed the instruction of the guy who blew the place up to begin with, using the machine that the guy used when he blew the place up to begin with. I don't believe that was an explosion. All things considered, it was probably a controllable... That was an explosion. Paimon was nearly blown away just now. If not, what else could it have been? Mr. Cecil, could you please explain this to us? Was this something that you had anticipated? I must say you asked a very good question, a very excellent one, as many people are wondering the same thing. The color of the bodies of water. Could it be that the condenser components are already in... Hey, Knocker hasn't come down yet. You're right. He hasn't returned yet. Let us not delay. Traveler, we need to go now. Wait! I want to go too! The truth behind this explosion. Please do not act rashly, Miss Reporter. If you dip one of your toes into that water, you'll be saying goodbye to this world within a minute. Don't scare me. Would you please just stay here? Traveler, according to your previous experience, the energy flow that remains in these bodies of water shouldn't affect you too much. Please get to the ruins as quickly as you can. I'll find my own way up and I'll meet you there. Your own way? I have my ways. After the explosion, I was among the first up there to conduct disaster investigation and evaluation. Things at that time were much more complicated than they are now. Anyway, enough talk. Let's get moving. Hopefully Mr. Knocker won't meet the same fate that Edwin did. Well, off we go. Okay. Ah! Ugh. Oh, okay. explosion awakens the mecha.
Inazuma shines eternal! Ha!
Glaze over.
Shine down!
Everybody stand back!
Access denied.
Ha! Ha! Now you shall perish!
Examine the large, out-of-control thingamabob. It looks like the Archeum overloaded and that the cooling mechanism is also damaged. Naka, what have you done here exactly? This was my fault. I didn't think that Naka would still be unsatisfied despite all the benefits I gave him. Benefits? Wait a second. Why are you looking at me like that? Did he say anything to you? Sweet talk. Did he tell you guys, then, that it was people like him, Edwin's successors, who are reaping the benefits of this mess by stealing all kinds of information and selling it for a fortune? You guys are telling completely different stories. Paimon doesn't know who to believe anymore. If only he were here, then we could find out the truth, but Paimon doesn't see him at all. If he's not here, where could he have gone? Maybe he successfully escaped? I don't think he was killed, at the very least. I'll explain why later. For now, though, we must stabilize the Archeum as quickly as we can. The suppression system shut down, and the ore is presently at an excited state. This is what caused the explosion. What caused the explosion? This big rock doesn't look blown up at all. I don't understand. Alright, I agree this is indeed quite difficult to understand. I'll explain it in simpler terms for you. I guess I have no choice now. The experimental field generator that Edwin created is extremely powerful and can manipulate gravity. This, I believe you know already. After the explosion, all the Archeum in the Institute shattered into fragments. Among these fragments, many of them could have turned into an excited state and triggered an explosion at any time. With the use of gravity fields, they were all restrained and gathered beneath our feet. The explosion just before was one caused by a small part of the Archeum in the ruins that was affected by the energy flow. I guess you could call it a minor rehearsal of a third great explosion. Then this ruin is a super huge, ready to explode piece of Archeum? So you guys did all this not because you wanted to retrieve assets, but because you were scared this place would explode again? I mean, duh. That's just one of the objectives of the operation. But right now, our priority is to retrieve the condensing components that fell into the water and restart the suppression device. There is also Archeum inside those components, and the intense energy flow has likely caused unpredictable changes to the water bodies. Forgive me, but I'm really not capable of retrieving them and installing them back on the inhibitor. Only you are capable of this, Traveler. Please, for the court of Fontaine and... yeah, I'll do it. But once this is all over, you better explain everything clearly. If all goes well, I will tell you everything I know. Woo. Okay. Component. Numero uno. Okay. I am already teleporting back to the start. Ah! Oh, that's great. Okay. Back to the top like we had before. And then we will see what that Joopy-Doo bubble can do for us.
Let's light it up! This is long overdue.
Your teamwork is dreamwork. Off we go.
Torn to oblivion.
What is happening?
There is no escape.
Everybody stand back.
Illusion shattered. Now you shall perish.
Okay. Well, I was hoping the bubble would show me something useful, but maybe not. I feel like with this area, we now need some sort of indicator that, like, you're in the sky. Here, I think this is the one that we went to the very first time. Oh, yeah. I could barely see those. Okay, let's... What happens? was trying to get to. Okay. Ooh. One down. Okay, yeah, I see the little bubble. So I'm basically just gonna keep jumping from this area and like... Okay. Okay. Ugh. My feet keep going numb. I don't know why. Okay, this is this one again. Or... Yes? Okay. So for some reason...
Born of ice and frost.
Let's light it up!
All hail! There is no escape.
I always forget to hit the fan before I glide, so honestly, it's not that useful for me. But that is okay. Okay, so this is what we were doing before.
Now you shall perish! Teamwork is dreamwork!
For Rex Lapis.
Shine down!
win! Finally! Okay. Okay. Next. And for this last one, I don't really have to go anywhere. So. Hello? Okay. Yeah. Okay. Well, apparently I'm close to it. Nope, I was approaching the edge. It's the last one. I'm gonna have to do the whole thing over again, possibly. I should be able to just go boop boop again now. So I'm gonna land in this water, it's gonna take me into that water, which is gonna take me into the right one. Okay, there we go. Talk to Ramondo. Okay. That Mr. Knocker really knows how to create trouble for others, just like that boss of his, Eden Eastonhouse. What are you doing here? We really can't catch a break here. Not only did the explosion break off the condensing components of the device, but it also destroyed the self-sustaining system of the interior. I'm about to remove the 2 backup pneumosia cores in the experimental field generator and use them to supply energy to the inhibitor. Luckily, this big fella can't move, otherwise we wouldn't even have time to run. It's just not moving right now, you mean? Hey, knock on wood, don't say things like that! What if it actually starts moving? Well, dude, if we're assuming that there was sabotage involved... Don't worry, its main source of energy is that big chunk of Archeum behind it. Although Archeum has transformed into an active state, the explosion damaged all of the energy supply lines, so it's lost all of its energy supply. Huh? The Archeum kinetic core should have been right here. Where did... Hold on, you said the pneumosia cores were a backup energy source. And isn't the activation condition for backup energy sources the complete loss of energy? Uh-oh. Really good. Really grand.
Torn to oblivion.
Bombs away!
Let's light it up! Everybody stand back!
Blaze over. There is no escape. Ha! 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 Foundation shattered. Now you shall perish.
Ooh. I like that. Oh, I'm dying. I got distracted by how fun that was. My bad.
Shine down. Inazuma shines eternal.
Nice. Oh, I like that. It stopped. I knew you could do it. Quick, grab those 2 cores. Let's go hook up the power. Hold on, I accidentally hit a button on my watch. Just like before, you go connect the energy source and I'll adjust the device. Woo! Stabilization. We love to see it. Finally, it's stabilized. The Archeum has transformed into an inert state. We and the Fontaine Research Institute are safe for now. But it seems there are ever more secrets. As for the things you'd like to know, I will happily answer, but not right now. What I can tell you now, based on my hypothesis, is that Mr. Knocker stole the Archeum kinetic core and triggered this small explosion. But before explaining in too much detail, we should return to the Institute and place the proper notation and partitions into this interlude. Or at the very least, we need to stop Miss Journalist from getting more deeply involved. The Archeum kinetic core is connected to too many other matters, and we must handle it in complete confidentiality. So I would like you to cooperate with my work. Cooperate with your work? You're not saying to play along with your lies, are you? The scarier something is, the more you should share it with others. Then we can all work together to deal with it faster. I have my doubts about that, you two. Every matter has its own way of being dealt with, and in this instance we must first call for silence. But I promise that I would never have you steer from your moral standards or demand that you have the same standard of behavior as we do. All I ask is that you remain quiet. You need not do anything else. You might be wondering why I would have you remain silent while telling you the truth. I'll just come out and say it now. Your coming here is the only good fortune that our institute has had in nearly 100 years. No matter what happens or what the cost is, we must maintain good relations with you. I'm sure Mr. Cecil feels the same way. Is transparency something you'd consider a cost as well? Yeah, you're only just telling us the truth now, which you should have done ages ago. Just what sort of cost is that? Dear lady, Paimon, telling the truth honestly is, in truth, the greatest price one can pay. Let's go back. I asked sincerely for your understanding to provide all necessary cooperation. Back to the Research Institute. Miss Crony, everything we do is in the best interest of the people of the court of Fontaine. So what you're saying is that the Research Institute predicted the explosion just now? Are you kidding? Do you think I'm a gestionnaire? You can't hoodwink me that easily. I think Monsieur Cecil has expressed himself clearly enough. The situation is still under control. The status quo of Fontaine will not be adversely affected. Now allow me to make a statement explaining the events that that really occurred. That's enough, mister. I don't believe you for a second. Traveler, you should have seen everything, right? I'm begging you, tell me the truth. We'll cooperate for now. No need to bother the traveler anymore, Miss Crony. Allow me to explain the truth. Don't even think of trying to get away with it, Mr. Ramundo. I saw the Archeum with my own eyes. This explosion must have been caused by it. Did you not repeatedly emphasize before that all the Archeum had been properly processed and disposed of? Just what are you hiding? I haven't hidden anything. This explosion was always a controllable hazard removal directional blast. Controllable hazard... Wait. Hazard removal... What? Don't bite your tongue on all that. It basically means to use small controlled blasts to quickly remove Archeum fragments, with the goal of activating the experimental field generator as quickly as possible. But couldn't have imagined that Mr. Knocker would steal the Archeum kinetic core needed to start the experimental field generator. Not only that, but he intentionally activated that large chunk of Archeum, using it to draw our attention while he made his escape. So is that the ploy you came up with just now? To dump all the blame onto a researcher who could be dead right now for all you know? I think what you really want to hide is that you are completely incapable of dealing with Archeum. The Archeum is still a major threat to the court of Fontaine. Ridiculous. A person's life isn't something you can just throw away to help spread your own lies. I have already told you the truth, Miss Crony. Please listen to a final word of advice. It takes only the slightest bit of effort to fixate something, but it always takes more brain power to avert your gaze from it. Enough. I won't listen to another word you say, nor will I dwell on this. Your words, deeds, and all the facts concealed by the Institute will be reported on in the next issue of the Steambird. Good day, gentlemen. Okay. Oh, thank goodness that's finally over with. Oh, and thank you too, Traveler. Well, you know, it's just what I do. Such humility. In this day and age, those who do what they should are already outstanding. You didn't make assumptions about whether something is good or bad based on your subjective thoughts. Instead, you think carefully about what you do and say for the sake of the greater good. Truly an excellent person. But is this really okay? Paimon still thinks we should tell everyone the truth. There's no need to bear such a heavy burden, dear traveler. You only cooperated after listening to my repeated entreaties. I'm senior technician of the Fontaine Research Institute, and the responsibility for this matter falls squarely on me and me alone. But Miss Crony said she has already obtained the truth she wants for herself. I wish her well. But as for us, we still have much to be concerned about. For example, the whereabouts of Mr. Nacher and the Archeum kinetic core. But shouldn't we first give you a few awards as well, Monsieur Cecil? Right. Let's take another group photo together. The one we took before had an unseemly explosion in the background. This new photo must be decent enough to be worthy of your status as our honorary senior researcher. Cecil and Ramundo stand in the same position as before, and an institute researcher takes a photo for everyone. Perfect. Look at us. A decent bunch of decent people. The ostentatious award ceremony has finally ended. Paimon hopes we won't ever have to see such a pompous ceremony ever again. This certificate and trophy are for you. I'll post a copy on the Institute bulletin board later. I hope our researchers will follow your example. Sorry. On this path, we must strive to take the lead, overcome all obstacles, put in 120% of our due. We have questions. Of course, I know what you want to ask. Even though your questions are all extremely complicated, I'm willing to answer them. In any case, I believe we'll have more opportunities to work together in the future, honorary senior researcher. Okay. So number 1, why do you think Knocker is still alive? Considering the interests of the Institute and my personal point of view, I do in fact hope that both he and the Archeum Kinetic Core were obliterated in that explosion. That would mean the last traces of Edwin Eastinghouse's influence here would be gone for good. But like I said earlier, that explosion was actually a small-scale Archeum fragment resonance. Moreover, most of the Archeum fragments and the explosion radius were ore waste that could have been fully depleted of energy. Logically speaking, even if a large Archeum chunk had gone out of control, causing the ore waste to resonate, such violent explosion would not have occurred. The only possibility is that someone specially collected Archeum that has not been depleted from other areas and piled them here. They then overloaded that large Archeum chunk on purpose to create Archeum resonance so as to trigger an explosion to cover up certain traces that would have existed otherwise. Knocker has always conducted research with Edwin and has a good understanding of the nature of Archeum. It wouldn't take him much effort to do something like this. Still, that's just my preliminary conjecture. As for what happens next, we'll need to wait for the Research Institute to conduct a more detailed investigation. But why did he steal the core? This Archeum Kinetic Core is the most cutting-edge technology created by the Fontaine Research Institute to date. It wouldn't be a bad idea to sell it or use it in the development of another project. But considering his level of academic expertise, I would rather he sell this Archeum Kinetic Core for a good price. Okay, about the Kinetic Core. Before we discuss this further, I believe Knocker or Miss Crony must have already mentioned something to you already. They must have told you that my research projects and those of Edwin Eastinghouse had some overlap. But this is not entirely accurate. In fact, this Archeum Kinetic Core is the fruit of my joint research with him. In theory, if we constantly inject the kinetic core with enough energy, it can easily allow the experimental field generator to run at full power. After creating this core, we both realized a problem. We could barely find any way to keep injecting it with enough energy to keep it at maximum power. Edwin and I tried powering it with a mixture of Pneumosia and Archeum energy, but by connecting large numbers of Archeum ores in a series to create a superpowered group, but neither worked. An ad break has hit, which is probably good. It's going to stop me from saying a bunch of things all in one go. But yeah, once we get through this line of questions, that will be it for the night. But it was fun. I don't feel particularly surprised that that guy went mad science. There will be a follow-up here tomorrow. Okay. Will it be like a long quest or just like a short quest? And then is this IRL tomorrow or like in the game tomorrow? Short and IRL. Okay. Then I won't worry about it too much. Ow. I really liked that boss fight. I like that it makes you bouncy. Listen. Me and game mechanics that give you a super jump so that you can do a bazillion plunging attacks are soulmates. That's my happy spot. Yeah. That is where I like to be. Just bouncing high in the sky. And plunging down to enact violence on my enemy. Yeah, no, it looks like it's going to be really fun. I'm looking forward to it. Anyways. That was the situation until we found that giant Archeum, although always in an inert state, Edwin and I were... oh my gosh, hiccups. We're certain that this ore had unprecedented purity. We believe that with the right treatment, this ore could definitely output the large amount of energy we needed. But then Edwin and I had a disagreement. I offered up a more conservative proposal, but he wanted to solve the problem more quickly. You should know everything else that happened after that. About Edwin. He was a genius in the field of scientific research. It's no exaggeration to say that his talent was only second to our first director, Elaine Guillotine. I find it interesting that Elaine has ties to the Ordo and the Fontaine Research Institute. His name comes up in stuff. Like, some of the things that we read when we were doing the, like, diver quest, Elaine came up a good few times. At the same time, he was an inhuman monster. Nothing mattered to him other than his scientific research. Edwin was willing to do anything or pay any price to advance his research. He once told me that research results were the only remunerate that he required. He said, "I don't need any remuneration. To me, research itself is the best reward." However, even though Edwin was a pure researcher, the people under him were all experts, in furthering their own interests, that is. Some secretly sold research assets, some plagiarized research results, and some used his name to scam others. They ruined the Fontaine Research Institute's reputation little by little. Like I said before, as long as his research could advance, Edwin wouldn't do anything about this. In this way, they used Edwin's name to take all the Institute's resources for themselves. The Institute could only continue to conduct detailed reviews on the personnel and funding of Edwin's project team. Mr. Cecil led many of these review operations personally. However, in the mouths of such people, these actions were construed as bureaucratic arrogance and distrust of researchers. More and more conflicts took place between us, and no one knew how to resolve them. But now, those conflicts no longer exist. Okay, about the current situation. Your question is not a technical one, but rather an administrative one. I think you should ask Mr. Cecil about this instead. Alright. Hello. About the current state. Everything is good! It's better than ever, now that the egomaniac Edwin is gone and his gang of thieves under him no longer exist either. More importantly, the Institute has a chance to be reborn. We can take off the shackles and burdens of the past to focus wholeheartedly on building our foundations once again. That is, to work hard for the well-being of all the people of the court of Fontaine. I'm currently gathering some people and preparing a code of conduct for our organization. It will include principles on the use of funds, research asset management methods, and ethical standards that should be observed in scientific research and work. All research-related behavior at our institute will have relevant rules and provisions. Ah, what a wonderful future. It's simply the best. Alright. Why do you think Knocker stole the core? Do you still remember me flipping through the pictures Miss Crony took in the ruins? There's one of Knocker working in front of the suppression device. It's quite blurry, but I'm certain his actions are definitely not a part of any operational procedure. That doesn't really mean anything, though. Hey, maybe a thief came flying across from the nearby mountain and stole the core? That's most definitely impossible. The energy flow of Arceum here is the best anti-theft measure there is. No ordinary person could withstand it. Besides, the timing of the experimental field generator's activation is simply too perfect. It cannot be a mere coincidence. I have a preliminary conjecture Knocker, or should I say, the one who stole the core, likely removed the Archeum kinetic core early on, activating the backup energy source. However, Nemosa cores are relatively inefficient energy sources, and they have to keep up a continuous output of energy to reach the activation threshold of this contraption here. Hence, this person intentionally activated that large Archeum chunk, creating a modest but rather noticeable explosion. This way, when the Institute sent someone to investigate, they would be certain to fix the Archeum inhibitor first. And by the time they realized they'd have to go to the experimental field generator to retrieve the backup energy supply, the generator would have already finished charging. From a technical perspective, such a modus operandi is highly probable, and those within the Institute capable of doing this would only be Edwin, Mr. Knocker, and myself. I doubt Edwin had any opportunity to do anything to that effect, which leaves two remaining suspects, myself and Mr. Knocker. Because Edwin is dead. We think. They've said. I think. Was that what they said? That he's dead? It sounds like he's dead. He did kind of blow everything up. Usually when you're in the center of an explosion, you two get kabloomed. Maybe this was all you're doing then. Yeah, you could say that Knocker lied, but you've also been lying all along. Maybe this was just part of your plan and you tricked us into escorting you here so you could grab whatever it was you wanted. Your accusation is not entirely baseless. After this, I will also apply for and submit myself to the Institute's credibility review. As far as I'm concerned, though, Mr. Knocker is the one more likely to have committed this act. If this really was his doing, then he should be the one with the most to gain from it. Even if I am listed alongside him as a suspect, his chances of being convicted are certainly greater than mine. Alright, I think that was all of them, right? Okay. Cool. Well, would you look at that? Another day of saving the world. Oh, there was one more question with Giselle. Sorry, as I'm like, if it isn't... Yes, okay. So do you guys run things together? No, to be precise, we deal with affairs related to different areas. Raimondo is responsible for getting scientific work and research back on track, and I'm responsible for everything apart from that. For example, I'm responsible for arranging funds related to manpower, quarterly budget allocations, reaccommodating visitors, getting rid of these journalists together with Raimondo. But our main goal remains the same, to rebuild the Fontaine Research Institute and work hard for the well-being of all the people of the Court of Fontaine. Cool. Okay, now we're done. Yeah, alright. The nice thing about it being Friday is that I could stay up a little bit later and we could do it all in one power through without being too worried about, you know, being up early or anything. I mean, nice. I mean, I'm still very likely going to be woken up at like 6 a.m. because, you know, the animals do not believe in clocks. They just believe in hunger. But, you know. Yeah. So I think tomorrow we're going to do a half and half of half Not So Berry, half Hades. And that is the plan. I will see you guys tomorrow. Hopefully, fingers crossed, I have the brain power for it. And yeah, have a good rest of your night. Take care of yourselves.